Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The evening mist had settled over St Mary Mead like a gentle grey shawl, soft and welcoming, wrapping itself around the familiar cottages and winding lanes with the tenderness of an old friend returning home. The air carried that particular October dampness that seemed to hold secrets in its cool embrace. The scent of wood smoke curling from chimneys, the earthy sweetness of fallen leaves beginning their slow transformation back to soil and something else. Something that made the village cats pause mid-step and tilt their heads toward the darkness beyond the village proper. Miss Jane Marple bent over her late dahlias, her weathered fingers gentle as she coaxed the last blooms of the season. The soft wool of her cardigan brushed against the flower heads as she worked, and she could hear, drifting across her garden gate, the familiar voices of her neighbours making their evening rounds. Mrs. Bantry's crisp footsteps on the cobblestones, the gentle wheeze of old Dr. Haydock's bicycle, and somewhere in the distance the wireless crackling to life in the vicarage as the evening programmes began. But tonight there was something different in the rhythm of the village, a subtle discord in the usual symphony of St Mary Mead's twilight hours. The voices carried an undertone of unease, conversations that stopped abruptly when footsteps approached, glances cast toward the hill that rose beyond the church where Greenacres stood in its mantle of shadows and neglect. "Saw them again last night," Mrs. Price was saying to her companion, their voices drifting over the garden wall like autumn leaves on a breeze. Clear as anything, those lights moving about the old place, windows that haven't seen a candle flame in 15 years, suddenly bright as day. Miss Marple's hands stilled among the dahlia stems. The flowers nodded gently in the evening breeze, their burgundy and gold faces seeming to listen along with her. She had lived in St Mary Mead long enough to know that when Mrs. Price spoke of seeing something clearly, it was worth paying attention to. The woman had eyes like a hawk and a memory for detail that would shame a court stenographer. "Nonsense," came the reply, though the voice wavered slightly. "Old houses settle, that's all. Moonlight playing tricks through broken glass. Moonlight doesn't whisper, Sarah Jenkins, and it certainly doesn't sing lullabies in a voice that's been silent these many years." The footsteps paused at the corner where the lane curved toward the post office, and Miss Marple found herself leaning forward slightly, her gardening forgotten. There was something delicious about the way village gossip unfolded in the gloaming, like watching a flower open petal by careful petal. "You're not saying you heard?" Mrs. Jenkins's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "I'm saying nothing more than what my own ears told me. But if you're asking whether I heard young Master Timothy's voice coming from those ruins, well..." The pause stretched long enough for a barn owl to call once from the direction of the church. Some things are better left unsaid on a night when the mist runs thick. Their voices faded as they continued down the lane, leaving only the gentle sounds of evening settling over the village. Miss Marple straightened slowly, brushing soil from her hands with movements that had become automatic after decades of gardening. The dahlias could wait until tomorrow. Tonight her curiosity had been thoroughly awakened. Greenacres. Even the name carried an irony that would have amused her if the circumstances weren't so intriguing. The estate had been anything but green for years now. Its once magnificent grounds surrendered to brambles and wild growth, its windows staring blindly over the village like the eyes of a sleeping giant. The Ashworth family had built it in the 1880s, back when the railway first brought prosperity to their corner of England, when coal and steel money could transform a country gentleman into something approaching nobility. She moved through her cottage with the quiet efficiency of long habit, setting the kettle to boil and arranging her tea things with the sort of careful attention that marked the difference between mere routine and ritual. The china clinked softly as she worked, a sound as familiar and comforting as her own heartbeat. Through her kitchen window, she could see the lights beginning to twinkle in cottage windows across the village, each one a small beacon of domesticity and warmth. But beyond those familiar lights, beyond the comfortable boundaries of St. Mary Mead, the hill that held Greenacres remained stubbornly dark, or had until recently, if Mrs. Price was to be believed. The kettle's whistle drew her back to the present, and she prepared her evening tea with the same methodical care she brought to everything. Earl Grey tonight, with just a touch of milk and no sugar, her one concession to the advancing years that had silvered her hair and carved gentle lines around her eyes. She settled into her favourite chair by the window, teacup balanced perfectly in her lap, and allowed her mind to wander back to what she knew of the Ashworth family. There had been 3 generations living at Greenacres during her time in St. Mary Mead. Old Colonel Ashworth, a man whose military bearing had never quite adapted to civilian life, who had strutted through the village like a bantam rooster convinced of its own magnificence. His son Robert had been cut from different cloth entirely, scholarly, gentle, more comfortable with books than people, married to a woman whose beauty had been matched only by her talent for finding fault with everything around her. And then there had been the children, 3 of them. Margaret, who had married well and moved to London before the Great War, changed everything. Charles, who had inherited his grandfather's military temperament but not his good sense. And Timothy, the youngest, who had possessed his father's gentle nature and his mother's striking looks, along with something else, a dreamy quality that had set him apart from his siblings like a songbird among crows. Timothy, the name that Mrs. Price had spoken with such careful hesitation. The young man who had disappeared one autumn night in 1918, leaving behind only questions and the sort of grief that settles into a family's bones like dampness into old stone. Miss Marple sipped her tea and watched the mist thicken beyond her window. The village was settling into its evening rhythm now, the last lights being extinguished in shop windows, the final conversations of the day fading into the comfortable quiet that came when working people sought their beds. But still, her eyes were drawn to that dark hill where Greenacres waited in its shroud of shadows and neglect. It had been empty for 15 years now, ever since the last of the Ashworth family had finally acknowledged that the weight of history and debt had grown too heavy to bear. The house had been shuttered, the grounds left to grow wild, and gradually the village had learned to look past it, to treat it as a feature of the landscape no more remarkable than the church or the manor house, or any of the other architectural remnants that dotted the English countryside like punctuation marks in an unfinished sentence. But empty houses had a way of refusing to remain entirely vacant, Miss Marple mused. They collected things, dust and cobwebs certainly, but also memories, secrets, and sometimes the restless attention of those who found ordinary village life insufficient to satisfy their needs for excitement or profit. A movement beyond her garden gate caught her attention, and she recognised the hunched figure of Tom Fletcher making his way home from the 3 Crowns. Tom worked, or had worked, before age and rheumatism had claimed the better part of his mobility, as groundskeeper at Greenacres. He would know the place better than anyone, would have keys to doors that had been locked for a decade and a half. On impulse, she rose from her chair and stepped out into her front garden, the cool evening air wrapping around her like water. "Good evening, Tom," she called softly, her voice carrying just far enough to reach him without disturbing the sleeping village. He stopped, swaying slightly, and peered through the mist toward her voice. "Evening, Miss Marple. Bit late for garden work, isn't it?" "Oh, I was just thinking," she replied, moving closer to the gate. "Such a strange evening with the mist and all. Makes one notice things differently, doesn't it?" Tom's weathered face creased into something that might have been a smile or a grimace. In the lamplight it was difficult to tell. "Notice things, yes, ma'am. Things that might be better left unnoticed, if you take my meaning." "I'm afraid I don't, Tom. But then, I've always been rather dense about such matters." She said it with the gentle self-deprecation that had served her well for decades, the assumption of harmless elderly confusion that seemed to encourage confidences. He glanced around the empty lane, then leaned closer to the gate. His breath carried the warm, yeasty scent of the 3 Crowns' best bitter, but his eyes were sharp and surprisingly focused. "It's the old place, Miss Marple. Greenacres. Been hearing things, seeing things that ain't natural. Not for weeks now, but months. What sort of things, Tom? Lights where there shouldn't be lights. Sounds where there shouldn't be sounds. And he paused, his gnarled fingers gripping the gate, post as if it might anchor him to the world of the rational and explainable. Voices. Familiar voices, if you catch my drift. Miss Marple felt her pulse quicken slightly, though she kept her expression one of mild, grandmotherly concern. How familiar, Tom? Familiar as my own name, familiar as the sound of rain on the greenhouse roof, or the way the wind used to whistle through that broken shutter on the east side. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Young Master Timothy's voice, Miss Marple. Clear as if he were standing right here beside us, though we both know he's been gone these 17 years come November. The silence that followed was filled with the soft sounds of the village at rest, the distant lowing of cattle, the rustle of small creatures in the hedgerows, the gentle creak of settling timber in the houses around them. But underneath those familiar noises, Miss Marple became aware of something else, a quality to the silence from the direction of Greenacres that seemed almost expectant, as if the old house were holding its breath. When do you hear these voices, Tom? She asked gently. Different times, but most often around midnight, when the mist comes down heavy like it is tonight, and always. He hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. Always on nights when there's been strangers asking questions about the old place. Strangers? City folk, mostly. Well-dressed types who come around asking about the history of the house, about the family, about... His voice trailed off, and he shook his head as if trying to clear it. About things that are better left buried, Miss Marple. Some stories don't bear telling. Before she could ask another question, Tom had touched his cap and shuffled away into the mist, leaving her standing at her garden gate with more questions than answers, and the growing certainty that St. Mary Mead's peaceful autumn was about to be disturbed by something far more complex than seasonal storms. She remained there for several minutes after Tom's footsteps had faded, listening to the night and thinking about the peculiar timing of supernatural manifestations. In her experience, ghosts were remarkably punctual creatures, not in the sense of keeping appointments, but in their tendency to appear when living people needed them most, or when living people needed to believe in them. The church clock struck 9, its bronze voice carrying clearly through the still air, and as if summoned by the sound, she saw them. Lights flickering in the upper windows of Greenacres, pale and uncertain as will-o'-the-wisps, dancing behind glass that should have been dark and empty. Miss Marple watched those impossible lights with the same careful attention she might have given to a particularly challenging crossword puzzle. They moved from window to window with what seemed almost like purpose, as if someone or something were making their way through the long-abandoned rooms by candlelight or lamplight, checking corners and examining shadows with the thoroughness of a careful search. Or perhaps, she thought with the small smile that always accompanied her more interesting insights, with the thoroughness of someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. The lights flickered once more and then vanished, leaving Greenacres as dark and silent as it had been for 15 years. But the impression of purposeful activity remained, lingering in the mist-softened air like the echo of a conversation heard through walls too thick to permit understanding of the words. Miss Marple turned back toward her cottage, her mind already busy with the pleasant task of sorting through possibilities and probabilities. Tomorrow, she decided, would be an excellent day for a walk. Perhaps she would take the long route past the church and up the hill toward Greenacres. The autumn air would be good for her circulation, and one could never be too familiar with one's neighbours, even neighbours who had been gone for a decade and a half. Behind her, as she closed her front door and prepared for bed, the village settled deeper into its evening quiet. But on the hill where Greenacres waited in its shroud of mystery and neglect, something stirred in the shadows between the overgrown hedgerows, something that moved with the careful stealth of those who have urgent business best conducted under cover of darkness and mist. The morning came softly to St. Mary Mead, as October mornings often do, with pale sunlight filtering through the last of the mist and the gentle sound of milk bottles clinking on doorsteps. Miss Marple woke as she always did, at precisely 6:30, her internal clock as reliable as the church bells and considerably quieter. She lay for a moment in the comfortable dimness of her bedroom, listening to the familiar sounds of the village stirring to life and thinking about lights that danced in empty windows. By 7, she was dressed in her sensible brown tweed and sturdy walking shoes, her silver hair pinned into its customary neat arrangement. The morning routine unfolded with the precision of long practice. Tea and toast, a glance at yesterday's newspaper, though the news seemed increasingly remote from the gentle concerns of village life, and a careful study of the weather from her kitchen window. The mist had lifted enough to reveal the hill where Greenacres stood, its chimneys and gables emerging from the retreating grey like a ship sailing out of fog. In the clear morning light, the house looked merely abandoned rather than mysterious, its broken shutters and overgrown gardens speaking of neglect rather than supernatural visitation. But Miss Marple had learned long ago that daylight had a way of making the extraordinary seem ordinary, while darkness revealed truths that sunlight preferred to keep hidden. She finished her breakfast with deliberate care, rinsed her dishes, and collected her walking stick, not because she needed it for support, but because it had belonged to her father and carried with it the comfortable weight of family history. Then she set out for what she'd decided would be a perfectly innocent morning constitutional, the sort of gentle exercise that any sensible woman of her years might undertake on a fine autumn day. The village was already busy with its morning rhythms. Mrs. Baker swept her front step with the vigour of someone conducting a personal war against dust and disorder. The postman, young Jimmy Crawford, whistled his way from door to door, his bag growing lighter with each delivery. At the 3 Crowns, smoke was beginning to curl from the chimney as preparations began for the day's custom. Miss Marple walked slowly, greeting her neighbours with the sort of pleasant conversation that served as both social lubricant and information gathering. From Mrs. Baker, she learned that several cottages had reported strange dreams the night before, dreams of music drifting from the direction of the old estate. From Jimmy Crawford, she discovered that no letters had been delivered to Greenacres in 15 years, though the postal authorities still maintained it as an address on their maps. Funny thing, though, Jimmy said, pausing to adjust his bag. Been getting inquiries about the place lately. Letters addressed to the postmaster, asking about the Ashworth family, about what happened to them. City folk mostly, with fancy letterheads. How interesting, Miss Marple murmured. I suppose people do become curious about old families, don't they? Particularly families with interesting histories. Jimmy glanced around, then leaned closer. Between you and me, Miss Marple, some of those letters have been asking specific questions. About young Mr. Timothy, about the night he disappeared. One fellow even wanted to know if there were any records of where he might be buried. This was fascinating indeed. Miss Marple filed the information away with a sort of mental precision that had served her well in unravelling the various mysteries that seemed drawn to St. Mary Mead like moths to candlelight. And these letters come from London, do they? Mostly, though there was one from Birmingham and another from... He paused, his young face creasing with the effort of memory. Liverpool, I think it was. All asking the same sorts of questions, though. Miss Marple thanked him and continued her walk, her mind busy with these new pieces of information. By the time she reached the church, she had formed a tentative theory about the recent supernatural manifestations at Greenacres. In her experience, ghosts appeared most frequently when living people had reasons to encourage belief in them. The Church of St. Mary was one of those perfectly proportioned medieval buildings that seemed to have grown from the earth rather than being built upon it. Its stones had weathered to the colour of honey and shadow, and its bell tower commanded a view over the entire village and the surrounding countryside. More importantly for Miss Marple's current purposes, it also commanded an excellent view of Greenacres. She found the Reverend Leonard Clement in the vestry, engaged in the eternal clerical battle against the forces of dust, damp, and ecclesiastical disorder. He looked up as she entered, his thin face brightening with genuine pleasure. "Miss Marple, how delightful! I was just thinking about you, actually. Well, not about you specifically, but about the need for someone with your particular talents for observation." "Oh dear," she said mildly. "That sounds rather ominous." Have we a mystery on our hands, Vicar?" he laughed, but there was an edge of uncertainty beneath the humour. Nothing so dramatic, I hope. Though I must admit I've been having some rather unusual experiences lately. Nothing I could put before the bishop, you understand, but... He gestured helplessly. "Well, perhaps you'd care for some tea? I find these matters always seem clearer over a proper cup." They settled in the small sitting room that adjoined the vestry where Mrs. Clement's touch was evident in the cheerful chintz curtains and the carefully tended pot of chrysanthemums on the window-sill. The tea was strong and properly brewed, and for a few minutes they observed the comfortable ritual of English conversation, touching on the weather, the upcoming harvest festival, and the various small concerns that made up the fabric of village life. But eventually, as Miss Marple had known he would, the vicar came to the point that was troubling him. "It's about Greenacres," he said finally. "I've been hearing things, Miss Marple. Seeing things. And I'm beginning to wonder if there might be some truth to the old stories after all." "What sort of stories, Vicar?" He shifted uncomfortably in his chair, a man caught between rational scepticism and the evidence of his own senses. "Well, you know the family history, of course. The Ashworths were never what you might call regular churchgoers, but they were generous with their donations and generally respected in the community. Until the troubles began." Miss Marple settled back in her chair, recognising the particular tone that preceded a well-told tale. The vicar had been in St. Mary Mead for nearly 20 years, long enough to have absorbed the local history and made it his own. "It started with the eldest son, Charles," the vicar continued. "He came back from the war changed, as so many did. But Charles's changes went deeper than shell-shock or nerves. He became convinced that the family was cursed, that some ancient sin was working itself out through the generations. He began making wild accusations against his own brother, claiming that Timothy was involved in activities that would have been scandalous if they'd been true. And were they true? The vicar's silence was answer enough. After a moment, he said carefully, "Timothy was a gentle soul, perhaps too gentle for the world he found himself in. He had artistic inclinations, wrote poetry, spent hours walking the countryside with his sketch pad. Charles interpreted this sensitivity as evidence of moral weakness." Miss Marple understood. The years following the Great War had been difficult for young men who didn't fit the mould of aggressive masculinity that the times seemed to demand. She'd seen families torn apart by suspicions and accusations, by the terrible weight of unspoken fears about what the war had done to their sons and brothers. The final quarrel came in October of 1918. The vicar continued. Charles had been drinking heavily, and he made some dreadful accusations in front of the entire household. Timothy left that night, and he was never seen again. The family claimed he had gone to London, but he shrugged helplessly. No one ever heard from him. No letters, no word of any kind. It was as if he had simply vanished into the night. And the family believed he was dead. The parents certainly came to believe it. They aged 10 years in the space of one, and within 2 years they were both gone. She of a weak heart, he of what the doctor called a general decline. Charles inherited everything, but by then the estate was heavily mortgaged, and he had neither the skill nor the inclination to manage it properly. He sold what he could, let the rest fall into ruin, and eventually retreated to a cottage in the village where he drank himself to death. Miss Marple absorbed this tragic history, fitting it into the pattern of information she was building. And there were rumours, I suppose, about what really happened to Timothy. The vicar nodded reluctantly. Village gossip, mostly. Some said Charles had killed him in a drunken rage and hidden the body. Others believed Timothy had simply run away to escape the accusations, and a few he paused, then continued in a lower voice. A few claimed to have seen him walking the grounds at night, calling out for justice. And now these sightings have begun again. 3 weeks ago I was returning from evensong when I saw lights in the upper windows. At first I thought it might be vandals or vagrants, but the lights moved with such purpose, as if someone were searching for something specific. And then I heard it a voice calling from the old music room, clear as if the speaker were standing beside me. It was Timothy's voice, Miss Marple. I'm certain of it. Miss Marple set down her teacup with careful precision. You knew his voice well, then? Oh yes, He used to come to the church regularly, not for services but to practice on the organ. He had real talent, could make that old instrument sing like an angel. I'd recognise his voice anywhere. This was a detail worth noting. Miss Marple had learned that voices, like faces, could be mimicked by those with the proper skill and motivation. But the psychological impact of hearing a familiar voice in unexpected circumstances could be profound, particularly when the hearer was already disposed to believe in supernatural explanations. Have others heard this voice as well? Several, including Tom Fletcher. You know, Tom worked as groundskeeper there for 30 years, knew the family better than anyone. He's been quite disturbed by what he's experienced. Miss Marple thought of her conversation with Tom the previous evening, of the fear she had seen in his weathered face. And these experiences always occur at night, without exception. Always between 11 and midnight, always when the mist is thick enough to muffle sound and obscure vision. And always he hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. Always on nights when strangers have been seen in the village. Strangers, well-dressed men, usually travelling by motor car. They ask questions at the inn, inquire about the history of Greenacres, show particular interest in the story of Timothy's disappearance. And then, inevitably, that same night we have reports of supernatural activity. Miss Marple felt the familiar little thrill that came when seemingly unconnected facts began to form a pattern. How many such strangers have there been? 4 or 5 over the past month. Never the same man twice, but all asking similar questions, and all leaving before dawn, as if they had accomplished whatever they came to do. They sat in thoughtful silence for several minutes, watching the morning light grow stronger beyond the windows. From where they sat, Miss Marple could see the hill where Greenacres waited in its tangle of overgrown gardens and climbing ivy, its broken windows catching the sun like half-closed eyes. "Tell me about the house itself," she said finally. "I've never been inside, you know. What sort of place is it?" The vicar's face grew animated, the expression of a man with a passion for architecture and history. "Oh, it's quite remarkable, actually. Built in the 1880s when the Ashworth fortune was at its peak. The old colonel spared no expense. Italian marble, French wallpapers, a ballroom that could accommodate 200 guests. The music room where Timothy used to practice has acoustics that would rival any concert hall. And the grounds? Extensive. Formal gardens, a conservatory, even a small folly built to look like a ruined castle. The estate encompasses nearly 50 acres, with woods and streams and any number of outbuildings. In its day, it was one of the finest properties in the county, and now it's been empty for 15 years. Completely empty. The family solicitors sealed it after Charles's death, and there it sits, waiting for, well, no one quite knows what it's waiting for. Miss Marple considered this. An empty house of that size and grandeur would certainly attract attention from those with various forms of business that required privacy and seclusion. And the timing of the supernatural manifestations coinciding so precisely with the visits from mysterious strangers suggested a pattern that had little to do with genuine ghostly activity. "I think," she said slowly, "that I should very much like to see this remarkable house for myself. Perhaps this afternoon, when the light is good for walking." The vicar looked uncomfortable. "I'm not sure that would be wise, Miss Marple. The grounds are quite overgrown, and some of the outbuildings are in poor repair, and if there really is some supernatural presence—" "Oh, I shouldn't worry about that," she said, with a gentle confidence that had served her well in previous investigations. "In my experience, the supernatural tends to be remarkably well behaved during daylight hours. Besides, I've always found that the best way to understand a mystery is to examine it from as many angles as possible." She rose to leave, thanking the vicar for his hospitality and his valuable information. As she walked back through the village, she reflected on what she had learned. The pattern was becoming clearer now. A family tragedy, an empty house with a romantic history, and mysterious visitors whose nocturnal activities seemed designed to reinforce local beliefs in supernatural phenomena. But why? What could anyone gain from encouraging belief in Timothy Ashworth's ghost? And what were these well-dressed strangers really doing during their brief visits to St. Mary Mead? Miss Marple smiled as she approached her cottage gate. She had always enjoyed puzzles, and this one promised to be particularly interesting. After lunch, she decided she would take that walk up to Greenacres. A closer examination of the old estate might reveal clues that were invisible from the village below. Behind her, the church bells chimed the hour, their bronze voices carrying across the peaceful countryside with the same authority they had held for centuries. But peace, as Miss Marple well knew, was often merely a temporary arrangement, a brief intermission between the acts of human drama that played out in villages and cities alike. And something told her that St. Mary Mead's peaceful October was about to be interrupted by revelations that would surprise even those who thought they knew all the village's secrets. The afternoon sun hung low in the October sky when Miss Marple set out for Greenacres, casting long shadows that stretched across the village like fingers, reaching toward the secrets hidden in the old estate. She had chosen her route carefully, taking the path that wound behind the church and up through the meadows where sheep grazed contentedly among the autumn crocuses, their woolly forms creating a pastoral scene that might have graced a Victorian watercolour. The walking stick that had belonged to her father tapped a gentle rhythm against the worn stones of the ancient footpath, each step carrying her further from the comfortable certainties of village life and closer to the mystery that waited among the overgrown gardens of the Ashworth estate. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, carrying the scent of wood smoke from cottage chimneys and the earthier perfume of leaves beginning their slow transformation into the rich loam of next year's growth. As she climbed the gentle slope that led toward Greenacres, Miss Marple became aware of subtle changes in the landscape around her. The sheep grew fewer and more nervous, clustering together near the shelter of old stone walls as if seeking comfort in numbers. The birds, too, seemed subdued, their usual afternoon chatter replaced by an almost watchful silence that made the countryside feel larger and more empty than it had any right to be on such a pleasant day. The boundary of the Greenacres estate was marked by a wall of weathered limestone that had once been the pride of some long-forgotten stonemason. Now it was softened by decades of ivy and crowned with brambles that had grown thick and thorny, creating a barrier that seemed designed more to keep secrets in than to keep intruders out. The wrought iron gates that had once welcomed carriages and motor cars hung askew on their hinges, their elaborate scrollwork nearly hidden beneath rust and the patient advance of climbing roses that had long since escaped their careful cultivation. Miss Marple paused at the gates, her experienced eye taking in details that others might have missed. The rust on the hinges was uneven, with bright scratches that suggested recent movement despite the general appearance of long abandonment. The gravel drive beyond showed subtle signs of disturbance, not the obvious tracks that a motor car might leave, but the more subtle evidence of careful passage by those who understood the value of discretion. She slipped through the gap between the gates, her slight form easily negotiating the space that larger visitors might have found challenging. The drive curved away between overgrown rhododendrons and unpruned laurels, their dark foliage creating a tunnel of green shadow that seemed to muffle sound and intensify the sense of entering a world apart from the ordinary concerns of St. Mary Mead. The house, when it finally came into view around the last bend of the drive, was both more and less impressive than she had expected. More impressive because the architect had clearly been a man of vision and skill, creating a structure that managed to be both grand and harmonious, its proportions speaking of an age when beauty was considered as important as utility. Less impressive because 15 years of neglect had taken their inevitable toll, weathering the stonework and allowing nature to begin the slow process of reclaiming what human hands had built. But it was not entirely abandoned, Miss Marple realised as she studied the facade more carefully. Several of the ground floor windows had been carefully boarded up from the inside, their glass intact but concealed behind what appeared to be professionally installed barriers. The sort of precautions that suggested someone still took an interest in the property's security, even if they no longer called it home. She approached the main entrance with the unhurried pace of someone taking an afternoon stroll, but her eyes were busy cataloguing every detail. The massive oak door was solidly locked, its brass fittings green with verdigris but still substantial enough to discourage casual trespassers. The windows flanking the entrance showed no signs of forced entry, though she noticed that the ivy growing up the eastern wall had been recently disturbed, its tendrils broken in a pattern that suggested someone had used it as an impromptu ladder. Rather than attempting to enter the house immediately, an action that would have been both illegal and potentially dangerous, Miss Marple decided to explore the grounds more thoroughly. In her experience, the approaches to a mystery were often as revealing as the mystery itself, and she had learned that patience and observation frequently yielded better results than dramatic confrontation. The gardens of Greenacres had once been the work of a master, laid out with the sort of careful attention to vista and proportion that characterised the best of Victorian landscape design. Now they told a different story, one of nature's inexorable advance against human order. The formal parterre had become a meadow where delphiniums and roses struggled for dominance with bindweed and brambles. The ornamental lake had silted up, becoming a marsh where water lilies bloomed among the cattails, and the occasional flash of a kingfisher provided the only hint of the artificial paradise this had once been. But even in decay, the bones of the original design were visible to someone who knew how to look. Miss Marple traced the lines of the old paths, noting where they led and what they revealed. The route to the conservatory had been recently cleared, though the work had been done with sufficient subtlety that a casual observer might have attributed it to animal tracks or natural erosion. The folly that the vicar had mentioned a romantically ruined tower built to satisfy some Victorian fancy for artificial antiquity commanded an excellent view of both the house and the approaches from the village. She made her way toward this vantage point, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves that rustled and whispered beneath her feet, like the conversations of departed gardeners discussing the sorry state of their former domain. The tower, when she reached it, proved to be a charming piece of architectural theatre, built to look like the remnant of some medieval castle, but equipped with all the comforts that a Victorian gentleman might require for an afternoon's contemplation of his domain. From the small balcony that crowned the structure, Miss Marple had an unobstructed view of the entire estate. She could see the house from a new angle, noting details that had been invisible from ground level. Several of the chimneys showed recent signs of use, their soot-blackened mouths speaking of fires lit within memory. More significantly, she could see that one of the upper windows, a window that should have been as dark and empty as all the others, showed the faint residue of recent candle wax on its sill. But it was movement in the gardens below that truly captured her attention. A figure was making its way along one of the overgrown paths with the careful stealth of someone who had urgent business and no desire to be observed. Even at this distance, Miss Marple could tell that the visitor was not one of the local villagers. The cut of his clothes, the way he carried himself, even the manner in which he moved through the landscape, all spoke of someone from the city, someone unaccustomed to country ways but determined to accomplish his purpose despite the unfamiliar terrain. She watched as the figure approached the house, produced what appeared to be a key from his pocket, and disappeared through a side door that had been invisible from her earlier vantage point. Within minutes, lights began to appear in the windows, not the steady glow of electric illumination, but the flickering, uncertain radiance of candles or oil lamps. Miss Marple smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose theories were being confirmed by observation. Whatever was happening at Greenacres, it was clearly not the work of restless spirits seeking justice for ancient wrongs. The figure she had observed moved with the purposeful efficiency of someone engaged in thoroughly practical activities, and the key he had used suggested a level of authorization that ghosts were unlikely to possess. She remained in her elevated position for nearly an hour, watching the patterns of light and movement within the house. The visitor for she was now convinced that this was one of the mysterious strangers who had been troubling the village seemed to be conducting some sort of systematic search. Lights appeared and disappeared in room after room, following a logical progression that suggested familiarity with the house's layout. As the afternoon light began to fade and the first hints of evening mist began to gather in the hollows of the landscape, Miss Marple decided it was time to return to the village. She had learned enough for one day, and the approaching darkness would make observation more difficult and potentially more dangerous. Whatever secret Greenacres was hiding, it would keep until she had time to consider her options more carefully. The descent through the gardens was accomplished with the same care she had used in climbing, though now she moved with the additional caution of someone who knew she was not alone on the estate. The mysterious visitor was still in the house, his activities illuminated by the warm glow that continued to move from window to window, like a terrestrial constellation, spelling out messages in a language she was only beginning to understand. By the time she reached the village proper, the lamps were being lit in cottage windows and the first wisps of cooking smoke were beginning to curl from chimneys. The comfortable routines of evening were asserting themselves, and Miss Marple felt the familiar pleasure of returning to the known and familiar after an expedition into the realm of the uncertain and strange. But her mind was busy with what she had observed, and as she prepared her simple supper and settled into her favourite chair, with a cup of tea and yesterday's newspaper, she found herself constructing theories about the true nature of the haunting at Greenacres. The pattern was becoming clearer with each piece of information she gathered. The mysterious visitors, the carefully timed supernatural manifestations, the recent signs of activity in what was supposed to be an abandoned house. All of these elements suggested a human agency rather than a supernatural one. But what could anyone hope to gain from such an elaborate deception? And why was the memory of Timothy Ashworth so central to whatever was being planned? The church clock struck 7, its familiar bronze voice calling across the village with the same authority it had held for centuries. But tonight, Miss Marple found herself listening not just to the bells, but to the quality of the silence that followed them. There was something expectant in that silence, something that suggested the village itself was holding its breath in anticipation of whatever revelation the night might bring. She rose from her chair and moved to the window that overlooked the hill, where Greenacres waited in its shroud of gathering darkness. Already she could see the first faint glimmer of lights beginning to appear in the upper windows, and she wondered if tonight would bring another performance of the supernatural drama that had been troubling the peace of St. Mary Mead. Tomorrow she'd decided she would pay a visit to Mrs. Bantry. Her old friend had connections throughout the county that might prove useful in learning more about the current legal status of the Greenacres estate, and perhaps it was time to make some discreet inquiries about exactly who might have keys to a house that had been supposedly empty for 15 years. The game, as a famous detective might have said, was afoot, and Miss Marple had always enjoyed games, particularly those that involved unravelling the complex motivations that led ordinary people to attempt extraordinary deceptions. The morning brought with it the sort of crisp clarity that October sometimes bestows upon the English countryside, when the air seems washed clean by overnight mist and every detail of the landscape stands out with the precision of a steel engraving. Miss Marple woke with the satisfied feeling of someone who had spent a productive afternoon, though she was careful to keep her discoveries to herself, as she went about her morning routine of tea and toast, and the gentle ritual of greeting another day. By 9 o'clock she was making her way along the lane that led to Mead, the comfortable Georgian house where her dear friend Mrs. Dolly Bantry presided over the social life of the district, with the sort of benevolent authority that came naturally to women of her generation and circumstances. The walk was pleasant, taking her past the duck pond where mallards preened themselves in the morning sun, and along the edge of Farmer Giles's field, where the last of the harvest lay in neat golden stooks, waiting to be gathered into the safety of the barn. Mrs. Bantry received her in the morning room, a charming apartment that faced east to catch the best of the early light, and was furnished with the sort of comfortable elegance that spoke of old money carefully maintained rather than new wealth ostentatiously displayed. The tea service was spode, the biscuits were homemade, and the conversation began, as it always did, with the sort of gentle observations about weather and mutual acquaintances that served as the foundation for all proper English discourse. But Miss Marple had not come merely for social pleasantries, and Mrs. Bantry was far too intelligent not to recognise the signs of purposeful inquiry beneath her friend's gentle manner. It was not long before the conversation turned to more substantial matters. "I've been thinking about old families lately," Miss Marple began, accepting a second cup of tea with the sort of careful attention that suggested deeper currents beneath the surface of casual conversation. How they rise and fall, how their stories become part of the landscape itself, the Ashworths, for instance. Mrs. Bantry's eyebrows rose slightly, a sign that Miss Marple's seemingly random observation had struck a chord of particular interest. The Ashworths? My dear Jane, what on earth has brought them to mind? That family has been gone from these parts for, it must be 15 years now. Yes, exactly. And yet one hears things, doesn't one? Rumours about the old estate, stories about lights in empty windows. I suppose I've become curious about what really happened to them, particularly to young Timothy. Mrs. Bantry set down her teacup with the sort of deliberate precision that indicated she was choosing her words carefully. Timothy Ashworth. Now there's a name I haven't heard spoken aloud in years. Such a tragic business, that whole affair. You knew the family well then? As well as anyone in the district, I suppose. Arthur and I were among the few who continued to receive them socially after the troubles began. Most people found the atmosphere at Greenacres rather too intense for comfort, particularly in those final years. Miss Marple settled back in her chair, recognising the tone that preceded a well-considered narrative. Mrs. Bantry had always been an excellent source of information about the social undercurrents of their corner of England, and she possessed the sort of memory for detail that made her observations particularly valuable. The family was never what you might call harmonious, Mrs. Bantry continued, her voice taking on the thoughtful cadence of someone revisiting old memories. Colonel Ashworth was a man of rigid principles and inflexible expectations, while his wife had the sort of nervous temperament that made every social occasion feel like a potential crisis. But it was the relationship between the sons that really defined the household. Charles and Timothy were very different, I gather. As different as chalk and cheese, my dear. Charles was everything his father could have wanted in an heir, decisive, aggressive, thoroughly conventional in his views about duty and propriety. Timothy was... She paused, searching for the right words. Timothy was a dreamer, an artist by temperament, if not by training. He saw beauty where others saw only practical concerns, and he had the sort of gentle nature that his family interpreted as weakness. Miss Marple sipped her tea and waited, understanding that the most valuable information often came in the pauses between revelations. The trouble really began after the war, Mrs. Bantry resumed. Charles came back changed, as so many did, but his changes took a particularly unpleasant form. He became obsessed with what he called moral purity, convinced that the chaos of the world was the result of people refusing to maintain proper standards, and unfortunately he focused much of this obsession on his younger brother. What sort of accusations did he make? Mrs. Bantry glanced around the empty room as if checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned forward slightly. Charles believed that Timothy's artistic temperament was evidence of unnatural tendencies. He made increasingly wild claims about his brother's friendships, particularly his correspondence with certain literary figures in London. It became quite impossible to maintain normal social relations with the family. Miss Marple nodded, understanding the delicate nature of what was being discussed. The years following the Great War had been difficult for many young men whose temperaments didn't fit the increasingly rigid definitions of masculine behaviour that society seemed to demand. Artistic sensitivity, intellectual curiosity, even simple gentleness could be misinterpreted as evidence of moral failing by those whose own experiences had left them suspicious of anything that deviated from conventional norms. And Timothy never defended himself against these accusations. How could he? The very act of denial would have been taken as evidence of guilt by those predisposed to believe the worst. Instead, he withdrew more and more into his own pursuits, his music, his poetry, his long walks in the countryside, which of course only made Charles more convinced that his suspicions were justified. And the final quarrel. Mrs. Bantry's expression grew sombre. It happened at one of their dinner parties, in front of a room full of guests. Charles had been drinking heavily, and he made accusations that were both specific and completely unsuitable for public airing. Timothy simply rose from the table, excused himself with perfect courtesy, and left the house. No one ever saw him again, but surely there were searches, inquiries, Oh yes, the police were involved, and private investigators as well. They found no trace of him anywhere. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. Miss Marple considered this information carefully, fitting it into the pattern of observation she was building. A young man fleeing from impossible circumstances might indeed disappear completely, particularly if he had resources and intelligence enough to create a new identity. But the timing of recent events at Greenacres suggested that Timothy's story might not have ended with his disappearance in 1918. "Tell me," she said carefully, "what became of the estate after the family's decline? Who holds the legal title now?" Mrs. Bantry's expression shifted slightly, taking on the look of someone who had touched upon a subject of particular complexity. Now that's where the matter becomes really interesting. The estate is held in trust, managed by a firm of London solicitors who represent what they term interested parties, but no one locally seems to know exactly who these parties are or what their intentions might be. How mysterious. Indeed. And lately, there have been rumours that someone may be preparing to do something with the property. Surveyors' reports have been commissioned, though no one has seen any surveyors actually visiting the site. Legal documents have been filed with the county offices, though their contents remain confidential. It's all very secretive and rather exciting in a way. Miss Marple felt the familiar little thrill that came when seemingly unrelated pieces of information began to suggest a larger pattern, and you've heard no speculation about who might be behind these activities. Nothing definite. Though Mrs. Bantry hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. There was something Arthur mentioned the other day. He'd been talking to his solicitor about some property matters, and the man let slip that there had been inquiries about purchasing land adjacent to the Greenacres estate. Apparently, someone is interested in acquiring a rather substantial acreage in this area. For what purpose? That's exactly what Arthur wondered. The land in question isn't particularly suitable for agriculture, and it's too far from the railway for industrial development, but it would be perfect for activities that required privacy and seclusion. Miss Marple absorbed this information with a sort of quiet satisfaction that came from seeing theoretical patterns confirmed by practical evidence. If someone was indeed planning to make use of the Greenacres estate for clandestine purposes, it would explain both the recent nocturnal activities and the carefully orchestrated supernatural manifestations designed to keep the locals at a safe distance. But who were these mysterious planners, and what exactly did they hope to accomplish? The answer, she suspected, lay in understanding the true fate of Timothy Ashworth, and the reason why his story had suddenly become relevant again after 17 years of silence. "Dolly," she said thoughtfully, "do you suppose any of Timothy's personal effects survived the family's dispersal? Letters, perhaps, or other documents that might shed light on his state of mind during those final months?" Mrs. Bantry considered the question carefully. Most of the family's papers were sold with the house contents, but I seem to remember that some items were retained by the solicitors for reasons of sensitivity. Timothy's correspondence certainly, and probably his personal journals. He was a great keeper of journals, you know, wrote in them every day, sometimes for hours at a time, and these documents would be in London with the family solicitors, presumably, though getting access to them would be quite impossible without proper legal authority. The firm has always been extremely protective of client confidentiality, even for clients who are presumably deceased. Miss Marple smiled with the sort of gentle determination that had served her well in previous investigations. "Oh, I wouldn't dream of attempting anything improper. But sometimes the most valuable information comes from the most unexpected sources. One simply has to know how to listen properly." They spent the remainder of the morning in pleasant conversation about other matters, but Miss Marple's mind remained busy with the implications of what she had learned. As she walked back towards St. Mary Mead, she found herself constructing a theory that was both elegant and disturbing, one that suggested the current activities at Greenacres were connected to secrets that had been buried for nearly 2 decades. The key, she was becoming convinced, lay in understanding what had really happened to Timothy Ashworth on that October night in 1918. Had he truly disappeared without a trace? Or had someone taken steps to ensure that his disappearance would remain permanent? And if the latter, What had recently changed to make the location of his remains a matter of urgent interest to unknown parties? The afternoon found her back in her garden, ostensibly tending to the last of her autumn chrysanthemums, but actually positioned where she could observe the comings and goings along the lane that led toward Greenacres. Her patience was rewarded shortly after 3 o'clock when a motor car appeared, moving slowly and quietly as if its occupants were trying to avoid drawing attention to their passage. The vehicle was a black Morris, recently cleaned but showing signs of hard use, and it contained 2 men whose clothing and bearing marked them as Londoners unaccustomed to country conditions. They passed her cottage without a glance, but Miss Marple noted the care with which they studied the approaches to the old estate, the way they seemed to be memorising details of the landscape that might prove useful for future reference. 20 minutes later, she was not surprised to see lights beginning to appear in the windows of Greenacres, following the same systematic pattern she had observed the previous afternoon. Whatever these visitors were seeking in the abandoned house, they were pursuing their search with a sort of methodical thoroughness that suggested both urgency and professional competence. But this time, Miss Marple was prepared for more than simple observation. She had spent the morning making certain preparations, and as the afternoon shadows began to lengthen toward evening, she set out once again for the old estate, equipped not just with her walking stick and her considerable powers of observation, but with a small but sophisticated piece of equipment that her nephew Raymond had given her for Christmas, and which she had never expected to find a practical use for. The device was called a wireless set, a portable receiving apparatus that could capture broadcast signals from considerable distances. But Raymond had also shown her how it could be adjusted to receive other sorts of transmissions, including the sort of signals that might be sent by individuals who had need to communicate over short distances, without relying on the public telephone system. If her growing suspicions were correct, the mysterious activities at Greenacres were part of a larger operation that required careful coordination between multiple parties, and operations of that sort, she had learned from her reading of detective stories, almost always depended on some form of regular communication between their participants. As darkness settled over the countryside, and the lights in Greenacres began their familiar dance from window to window, Miss Marple settled herself in a concealed position among the overgrown rhododendrons, and began the patient work of listening to the conversations that were travelling through the October night on invisible waves of electromagnetic energy. What she heard in the crackling, static-filled reception of her nephew's wireless set confirmed her worst suspicions and suggested that the peaceful village of St. Mary Mead was about to become the centre of activities that had nothing whatsoever to do with restless spirits seeking justice for ancient wrongs. The wireless crackled with static as Miss Marple adjusted the delicate tuning mechanism, her fingers working with the careful precision of someone who had spent many evenings listening to distant broadcasts from London and the continent. But tonight, she was not seeking music or news programmes. She was hunting for the sort of conversations that were never intended for public consumption, the brief exchanges between people engaged in activities that required coordination and secrecy. The ancient rhododendrons that concealed her position had grown wild and thick over the years, their dark foliage creating a natural blind that allowed her to observe the lighted windows of Greenacres, while remaining invisible to anyone within the house. The wireless set rested on her lap, its small speaker wrapped in a silk scarf to muffle any sound that might betray her presence, while she listened to the electromagnetic conversations that flowed through the October night like invisible rivers carrying secrets from shore to shore. At first there was nothing but the usual interference distant music from the BBC, fragments of shipping reports from coastal stations, the occasional burst of Morse code from some amateur enthusiast practicing his skills. But gradually, as she fine-tuned the apparatus and learned to filter out the background noise, other voices began to emerge from the crackling atmosphere. Schedule confirmed for midnight delivery came a voice speaking with the crisp consonants of an educated Londoner. Coastal road clear, no unusual activity reported. Miss Marple's pulse quickened as she realised she had stumbled upon exactly the sort of communication she had hoped to intercept. She adjusted the tuning slightly, bringing the voices into sharper focus while keeping careful watch on the windows of the house, where shadows moved against the candlelit glass like players in some elaborate theatrical performance. "Remember, nothing disturbs the basement until we're certain of the location," another voice replied, this one carrying the rougher accents of someone more comfortable with physical labour than drawing-room conversation. 17 years is a long time to wait, but the old boy was specific about the markers. The conversation faded into static, but Miss Marple had heard enough to confirm her growing suspicions. Whatever was happening at Greenacres involved some sort of recovery operation, something that had been hidden or buried for nearly 2 decades and was now being carefully unearthed by people who possessed both specific knowledge and considerable resources. She remained in her concealed position for nearly 2 hours, listening to fragments of communication that gradually assembled themselves into a picture of organised criminal activity on a scale that would have impressed even the most ambitious characters in her favourite detective novels. The operation involved multiple teams, careful timing, and what appeared to be inside knowledge of both the layout of Greenacres and the location of something valuable enough to justify such elaborate planning. But the most revealing communication came shortly before 11 o'clock, when a new voice joined the electromagnetic conversation, a voice that spoke with the authority of someone accustomed to command and the precision of someone who understood that unsuccessful operations led to unfortunate consequences. "Final confirmation required before we proceed to the excavation phase," the voice said, its tones carrying clearly through the night air. "The Ashworth documentation has been authenticated, and the location coordinates match the surveyor's report exactly." Miss Marple felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. Documentation, coordinates, the clinical language of people who had turned human tragedy into a business proposition. But what sort of documentation could Timothy Ashworth have left behind? And what had he hidden that was still valuable enough to attract such professional attention 17 years after his disappearance? The answer came with the next exchange, delivered in voices so matter-of-fact that they might have been discussing the weather or the prospects for next year's harvest. The original cache locations were marked on his private maps, along with detailed inventories. The authoritative voice continued. Wartime acquisitions, mostly continental pieces acquired through channels that were never entirely legitimate, and the family never suspected. The old colonel was too proud to acknowledge that his precious son might have been involved in anything questionable. Easier to believe in mysterious disappearances than to admit that the boy had been systematically looting art treasures and smuggling them back to England. Miss Marple closed her eyes, feeling the pieces of the puzzle finally arranging themselves into a coherent picture. Timothy Ashworth had not been the innocent victim of family prejudice that local legend had made him out to be. Instead, he had apparently been involved in the sort of art theft and smuggling that had flourished during the chaos of the war years, when ancient collections were being dispersed and traditional ownership became a matter of interpretation rather than legal certainty. But why had he hidden his acquisitions rather than selling them immediately? And what had happened on that final October night that had prevented him from ever returning to claim his carefully concealed treasures? The wireless crackled again, and this time the voices carried a different quality, the sort of careful tension that suggested the speakers were no longer engaged in routine planning, but were responding to immediate and potentially dangerous circumstances. Movement reported near the perimeter came a sharp whisper. Single figure, approximately 200 yards southwest of the main entrance. Miss Marple's heart began to beat more rapidly as she realised that the mysterious figure being reported was almost certainly herself. The carefully planned operation was equipped with sentries and security measures that she had not anticipated, and her position among the rhododendrons was apparently not as concealed as she had believed. "Maintain surveillance, but do not engage unless directly threatened," the authoritative voice responded. "Local villagers occasionally walk these grounds, and we cannot afford to create incidents that might attract official attention." The relief was immediate and profound. Her presence had been detected, but the observers had apparently dismissed her as nothing more than a curious local resident taking an evening stroll. The assumption was both understandable and fortunate, as it allowed her to remain in position while the operation continued to unfold around her, but the knowledge that she was being watched added a new dimension of danger to her investigation. These were clearly not amateur treasure hunters or casual thieves, but professionals who possessed both the resources and the ruthlessness to protect their interests against any interference. If they discovered that she was actively investigating their activities rather than simply wandering the grounds by accident, the consequences might be considerably more serious than a polite warning to move along. The voices on the wireless had fallen silent, replaced by the sort of electromagnetic quiet that suggested the speakers had either changed frequencies or switched to some other form of communication. Miss Marple waited for several minutes, listening to the static and watching the lights in the house, before deciding that she had learned as much as she was likely to discover from her current position. The return journey to her cottage was accomplished with considerably more care than her earlier approach had required. She moved slowly and quietly, keeping to the deeper shadows and avoiding the open spaces where her silhouette might be visible to watching eyes. The wireless set carefully wrapped in her coat remained silent throughout the journey, though she occasionally caught fragments of distant transmissions that suggested the operation at Greenacres was continuing, according to whatever schedule the mysterious voices had established. By the time she reached the safety of her own garden gate, Miss Marple had constructed a theory that explained both the recent supernatural manifestations and the systematic activities that were taking place under cover of those manifestations. Timothy Ashworth had indeed disappeared in 1918, but not before hiding a collection of stolen art treasures somewhere on the Greenacres estate. The location of these hidden caches had apparently been documented in papers that had recently come to light, prompting the current recovery operation. But the most disturbing aspect of what she had overheard was the casual reference to wartime acquisitions and continental pieces. If Timothy had indeed been involved in art theft during the war years, his victims would have been refugees fleeing the advancing German armies, people who had been forced to abandon their possessions and had probably died without ever knowing what had become of their family treasures. The thought that such systematic exploitation of human suffering was continuing to bear fruit 17 years after the original crimes filled Miss Marple with a sort of quiet anger that had sustained her through previous investigations into the darker aspects of human nature. These modern treasure hunters were not merely thieves. They were profiting from the misery of war and the destruction of innocent lives, but anger, however justified, was not sufficient to stop what was happening. She needed evidence, witnesses, and some way to bring official attention to bear on the situation before the thieves could complete their work and disappear with their ill-gotten gains. The solution, when it came to her as she prepared her evening tea in the familiar comfort of her kitchen, was both simple and elegant. She could not hope to match the resources and professional competence of the criminal organisation, but she possessed something they lacked: detailed knowledge of local conditions and the trust of people who had lived in St Mary Mead long enough to remember the true story of the Ashworth family's decline. Tomorrow, she decided, she would pay a visit to Tom Fletcher. The old groundskeeper knew Greenacres better than anyone, and his years of service to the family had given him insights into their private affairs that might prove crucial to understanding exactly what Timothy had hidden and where it might be found. But more importantly, Tom had keys to parts of the estate that the current intruders might not have discovered, and he possessed the sort of practical knowledge about the house's construction and layout that could prove invaluable if direct intervention became necessary. The church clock struck midnight as Miss Marple finished her preparations and settled into her chair by the window for a final observation of the night's activities. The lights in Greenacres had taken on a different quality now, moving with the systematic precision of people who were no longer searching, but had found what they sought and were engaged in the careful work of excavation and recovery. She watched for nearly an hour, noting the patterns of movement and the way the lights concentrated in what appeared to be the basement areas of the house. Occasionally she caught glimpses of figures moving between the buildings, carrying what looked like tools and equipment suitable for archaeological work rather than casual burglary. By 1 o'clock, the activity had ceased entirely, and the house returned to its familiar darkness. But Miss Marple remained at her window, thinking about the conversation she had overheard and the implications of what was clearly a carefully planned operation to recover treasures that had been hidden for nearly 2 decades. The most troubling aspect of the situation was not the theft itself. Art theft, while deplorable, was hardly unknown in the world, but the systematic nature of the current recovery effort. These people possessed detailed documentation about Timothy's activities, suggesting that someone with access to the family's private papers had provided them with information that should have remained confidential. Moreover, the casual references to authentication and surveyor's reports suggested that the operation had the backing of individuals with both legal expertise and considerable financial resources. This was not a casual treasure hunt, but a business venture organised by people who understood how to navigate the complex legal and practical obstacles that surrounded the recovery of stolen property. But who were these mysterious backers, and how had they gained access to Timothy's private documentation? The answer, Miss Marple suspected, lay in understanding the true relationship between the young man's wartime activities and his sudden disappearance in 1918. Had Timothy fled because he feared exposure of his criminal activities, or had his disappearance been arranged by someone who wanted to ensure that his knowledge of art theft and smuggling operations would never become public? And if the latter, what had recently changed to make the recovery of his hidden treasures both possible and profitable? As she finally prepared for bed, Miss Marple found herself looking forward to the challenges that tomorrow would bring. The mystery of Greenacres was proving to be considerably more complex than a simple case of supernatural manifestation, and she had always found that the most interesting puzzles were those that revealed new layers of complication with each piece of evidence that came to light. But she was also aware that time was running short. The systematic nature of the current operation suggested that the thieves would complete their work quickly and efficiently, leaving behind only empty holes and unanswered questions. If justice was to be served for Timothy's original victims, and if the current criminals were to be prevented from profiting from decades-old crimes, she would need to act decisively and soon. The game was entering its final phase, and Miss Marple had every intention of ensuring that the outcome favoured the forces of law and order, rather than those who had chosen to make their living from the misfortunes of others. The dawn came gently to St. Mary Mead, painting the eastern sky with watercolour washes of rose and gold that gradually warmed into the clear light of what promised to be a fine October day. Miss Marple woke with the sense of purpose that always accompanied the final phases of her investigations, when all the careful observation and patient questioning were about to be transformed into decisive action. She dressed with particular care, choosing her sturdiest walking shoes and her warmest coat, for she suspected that the day ahead would require both physical endurance and protection against more than the autumn chill. Her breakfast was simple but substantial: porridge with cream, toast with her own damson jam, and 2 cups of strong tea to fortify herself for whatever challenges awaited. By 8 o'clock she was making her way through the morning mist toward the small cottage behind the 3 Crowns, where Tom Fletcher had made his home since retiring from his position as groundskeeper at Greenacres. The cottage was typical of its kind, low-eaved and thick-walled, with a garden that spoke of a man who understood the art of coaxing life from reluctant soil, and the patience required to maintain beauty in the face of time's inevitable erosion. She found Tom in his back garden, tending to the late vegetables that would see him through the winter months. He looked up as she approached, his weathered face creasing into the sort of cautious welcome that suggested he'd been expecting this visit, though perhaps not quite so early in the day. "Morning, Miss Marple," he said, straightening slowly and brushing soil from his hands. "Fine day for a walk, though perhaps a bit early for most folks." "Good morning, Tom. I hope you don't mind my calling so early, but I'm afraid I have something rather urgent to discuss with you. Something about Greenacres and the unusual activities that have been taking place there recently." Tom's expression grew more guarded, and he glanced around the empty garden as if checking for eavesdroppers. "Perhaps you'd better come inside then. Mrs. Fletcher has the kettle on, and there's things that are better discussed over a proper cup of tea." The cottage interior was warm and comfortable, filled with the accumulated treasures of a long life spent in service to others. Photographs lined the mantelpiece, family portraits, pictures of grand houses and formal gardens, images of Tom himself in his younger days standing proudly beside prize-winning roses and immaculately maintained lawns. Mrs. Fletcher, a small, bright-eyed woman who moved with the quick efficiency of someone accustomed to making visitors welcome, busied herself with the tea things while Tom settled into his favourite chair by the fireplace. "Now then," he said once they were all properly supplied with tea and Mrs. Fletcher's excellent biscuits. What exactly have you been hearing about the old place? Miss Marple considered her approach carefully. Tom Fletcher was an intelligent man who had spent decades observing the private affairs of his employers, but he was also loyal and discreet by nature. If she hoped to gain his cooperation, she would need to convince him that the current situation warranted breaking his habitual silence about family matters. "I've become aware," she began carefully, "that Greenacres is not quite as abandoned as we've all been led to believe. There have been visitors, professional visitors with keys and equipment, and what appears to be detailed knowledge of the house's layout and history." Tom's teacup rattled slightly against its saucer, but his voice remained steady. "And what business might that be of yours, Miss Marple? If you don't mind my asking, normally none at all. But last night I had occasion to overhear some rather disturbing conversations. These visitors are not there to maintain the property or prepare it for sale. They're engaged in what can only be described as an excavation operation, and they're looking for items that were hidden there many years ago by young Timothy Ashworth." The silence that followed was filled with the comfortable sounds of the cottage, the tick of the mantelpiece clock, the gentle hiss of the fire, the distant sound of chickens scratching in the yard. But underneath these familiar noises, Miss Marple could sense the weight of old secrets pressing against the boundaries of discretion and loyalty. Finally, Tom set down his teacup and looked directly at her, his pale blue eyes reflecting decades of careful observation and reluctant understanding. "You're saying that someone knows about Timothy's collections?" Miss Marple felt a surge of satisfaction at this confirmation of her theories. So there were collections, hidden collections that the family knew nothing about. Tom glanced at his wife, who nodded slightly as if giving permission for confidences that had been kept for nearly 20 years. "Timothy was a good lad," Tom said slowly, "but he got himself mixed up in things that were complicated. During the war years, there were opportunities for a young man with connections and few scruples about where valuable items might have come from. He told himself he was preserving culture, saving art from destruction, but he was really engaged in systematic theft from refugees and displaced persons." Tom winced at the blunt description, but did not contradict it. He started small, a painting here, a piece of jewellery there, items that refugees were selling for food money or passage to safety. But as his contacts in London grew more sophisticated, so did his operations. By 1918, he was involved in moving substantial collections through channels that would never bear close examination. And he hid these collections at Greenacres. The house was perfect for it. Built in the 1880s with all the Victorian enthusiasm for secret passages and hidden rooms. The old colonel had installed a dozen concealed storage spaces for his own collection of military artefacts, and Timothy simply expanded the system. Mrs. Fletcher spoke for the first time since serving the tea, her voice soft but determined. He wasn't evil, Miss Marple, weak perhaps, and too easily influenced by those London friends of his. But when he realised what he'd become involved in, when he understood the true cost of his activities, he tried to stop, Miss Marple suggested gently. More than that, Tom replied. He tried to make amends, spent months documenting everything he'd taken, creating detailed records of original owners where he could determine them, preparing to make restitution. That's what the final quarrel with Charles was really about. Not Timothy's moral character, but his intention to expose the entire operation and return what could be returned. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place with satisfying precision. Timothy had not been the innocent victim of family prejudice, but neither had he been the irredeemable criminal that current events might suggest. Instead, he had been a young man caught between his own mistakes and his desire to make things right, struggling with the terrible weight of choices that could not be undone. And that's why he disappeared? Tom's expression grew grim. Timothy never left Greenacres, Miss Marple. At least, not alive. The words hung in the warm air of the cottage like a physical presence, carrying with them the weight of a secret that had been carefully guarded for 17 years. Miss Marple felt her pulse quicken as she understood the full implications of what Tom was revealing. Charles killed him? Not directly. Charles was a bully and a drunk, but he wasn't a murderer. No, it was the London associates who arranged Timothy's disappearance. They couldn't afford to have him expose the operation, and they certainly couldn't allow him to begin returning stolen property to its rightful owners. And you know where. Tom nodded reluctantly. Timothy told me everything that final afternoon, before the dinner party where Charles made his accusations. He was frightened, Miss Marple. He knew his London friends wouldn't let him simply walk away from the business, and he'd already received threats about what would happen if he tried to cause trouble for them. So he told you where the collections were hidden? More than that. He gave me detailed maps and inventories, along with instructions about what to do if anything happened to him. He wanted someone to know the truth, someone who could eventually see that justice was done. Miss Marple leaned forward slightly, understanding that she was approaching the heart of the mystery that had brought professional criminals to the peaceful countryside of St. Mary Mead. And these maps and inventories, do you still have them? Tom and his wife exchanged another look, a communication that spoke of decades of shared decisions and mutual trust. Then Tom rose from his chair and moved to an old oak chest that stood against the far wall of the room. 17 years I've kept these, he said, lifting the heavy lid and reaching inside to produce a leather portfolio tied with ribbon. 17 years. I've wondered if I should have gone to the police immediately, or to the family solicitors, or... He shrugged helplessly. But Timothy made me promise to wait, to be certain that his London associates were no longer a threat before revealing what I knew. And now they've returned? With Timothy's original documentation somehow, which means they've gained access to papers that should have been kept confidential by the family solicitors, papers that were never supposed to see the light of day. Miss Marple accepted the portfolio with hands that trembled slightly, not from age but from the awareness that she was holding evidence of crimes that spanned decades and had claimed at least one life. The leather was soft with age but still supple, and the ribbon that secured it had been retied many times, suggesting that Tom had periodically examined the contents during his long guardianship. Inside she found exactly what she'd expected. Hand-drawn maps of the Greenacres estate with detailed markings showing the locations of hidden storage areas, accompanied by meticulous inventories listing hundreds of items ranging from medieval manuscripts to Renaissance paintings. But there was also something she had not anticipated, a letter addressed to whoever finds these papers, written in Timothy's careful script and dated just 3 days before his disappearance. The letter was a confession, an apology, and a plea for justice, all rolled into one document that spoke eloquently of a young man's desperate attempt to find redemption for sins that had grown beyond his ability to control or contain. If you are reading this, the letter began, it means that my efforts to make amends for my actions have failed, and I am no longer in a position to complete the work of restitution that I had hoped to accomplish. The items listed in these inventories were obtained through channels that I now recognize as morally indefensible, taken from people who had already lost everything, and who trusted me to help them preserve what little remained of their former lives. Miss Marple read silently, aware that Tom and his wife were watching her, with the sort of anxious attention that suggested they had never been entirely certain they were doing the right thing by keeping Timothy's secrets. The letter continued with specific instructions about how the stolen item should be returned to their rightful owners or their descendants, along with detailed explanations of the London-based network that had facilitated the wartime art theft. Names were mentioned, addresses provided, and methods of operation described with the sort of precision that would have made the document invaluable to law enforcement authorities. But the most significant revelation came in the letter's final paragraphs, where Timothy described his growing fear of his criminal associates and his certainty that they would not allow him to withdraw from their operations. "They have made it clear," he wrote, "that my knowledge of their activities makes me a permanent liability, and that any attempt to expose their operations will result in consequences for both myself and my family. I have therefore hidden this documentation in the hope that it will eventually reach someone with the courage and authority to see that justice is done, even if I am no longer alive to assist in that process." Miss Marple folded the letter carefully and returned it to the portfolio, her mind busy with the implications of what she'd learned. Timothy Ashworth had indeed been murdered, almost certainly by associates who could not afford to let him expose their operations, but his killers had made one crucial mistake. They had failed to locate and destroy the evidence that could still bring them to justice 17 years later. "Tom," she said quietly, "do you know where Timothy's body's buried?" The old man's face grew pale, but he nodded slowly. "The old ice house, behind the conservatory. They made it look like he'd fallen and struck his head, but I knew better. Found him myself the next morning, when I went to check on the winter storage arrangements, and you said nothing? Timothy had made me promise to protect his family from scandal at all costs. With him dead and the evidence hidden, it seemed best to let people believe he'd simply run away. The alternative would have meant exposing the whole truth about his activities, which would have destroyed his parents and probably gotten me killed as well." Miss Marple understood the terrible position that Tom had been placed in, caught between loyalty to his employer and knowledge of crimes that demanded justice. But the situation had now changed in ways that made continued silence impossible. "Tom, those people who are currently searching Greenacres, they're not just treasure hunters. They're part of the same criminal organisation that killed Timothy, and they've somehow gained access to copies of his original documentation, if they're allowed to recover. The stolen art, they'll not only profit from Timothy's death, but ensure that his victims' families never receive the justice they deserve." The implications hung in the air between them like a challenge that demanded immediate response. After 17 years of carefully maintained silence, Tom Fletcher was being asked to break his promise to a dead employer, and trust that justice would finally be served. But before he could answer, the sound of a motor car approaching along the lane interrupted their conversation. Tom moved to the window and peered through the lace curtains, his expression growing tense as he observed the vehicle's occupants. "2 men," he reported quietly. "Well-dressed London types. Same sort we've been seeing around the village lately." Miss Marple joined him at the window, recognising the Black Morris she had observed the previous afternoon. But this time, the car was stopping directly outside Tom's cottage, and its occupants were making no effort to conceal their interest in the small building. "They've come for the documentation," she realised. "Somehow, they've learned that you have Timothy's original papers." Tom's face set in lines of grim determination. "Then they're going to be disappointed. I've kept Timothy's secrets for 17 years, but I'll be damned if I'll hand them over to the people who killed him." The confrontation that Miss Marple had been dreading was about to begin, but at least now she understood the full scope of what they were fighting for. This was not simply a matter of preventing art theft, but of ensuring that a young man's final attempt at redemption would not be rendered meaningless by the greed of those who had destroyed him. As the 2 men from the Morris approached the cottage door, Miss Marple found herself thinking of Timothy Ashworth, not as the tragic figure of village legend, but as a young man who had found the courage to choose justice over safety, even though that choice had ultimately cost him his life. Now it remained to be seen whether that courage would prove contagious, and whether the secrets that had been buried for 17 years could finally be brought into the light without destroying the innocent people who had tried so hard to protect them. The knock on the cottage door came with a sort of measured authority that suggested its makers were accustomed to having their request answered promptly and without question. Miss Marple clutched Timothy's portfolio more tightly, her mind racing through the possibilities available to them in what was clearly about to become a very dangerous situation. Tom Fletcher moved toward the door with the steady gait of a man who had spent 70 years learning that most problems were best met head-on. But his wife's gentle hand on his arm suggested a different approach. "The back garden, Tom," Mrs. Fletcher whispered urgently. "Miss Marple can slip out through the kitchen while you answer the door. Give her time to reach safety before." But Miss Marple was already shaking her head with the sort of quiet determination that had served her well in previous encounters with criminal enterprise. "No, my dear. Running away will only delay the inevitable, and I suspect these gentlemen are not the sort to be easily discouraged by temporary setbacks." The knocking came again, more insistent this time, accompanied by a voice that carried the crisp vowels of expensive education and the underlying steel of someone accustomed to getting his way. "Mr. Fletcher, we know you're in there, and we know what you've been keeping for the Ashworth family. We simply want to discuss a business proposition that could be profitable for everyone involved." Tom snorted quietly. Business proposition? That's what they called it when they came for Timothy 17 years ago. Miss Marple moved to the window and peered carefully through the lace curtains, studying the two men who waited on the doorstep with the patient confidence of predators who knew their prey had nowhere to run. They were well dressed and expensively groomed, the sort of men who might have been taken for successful solicitors or prosperous merchants if one didn't look too closely at their eyes. But Miss Marple had learned to read faces with the same careful attention she brought to her detective novels, and what she saw in their expressions was the cold calculation of those who had built their careers on other people's misfortunes. "Tom," she said quietly, "I want you to answer the door and invite them in. Let them think they're getting what they came for." "Miss Marple, I can't trust me. But first, is there another way out of the cottage? Some route that wouldn't be visible from the front door?" Mrs. Fletcher pointed toward the back of the house, through the scullery and out the garden door. "It leads to the lane behind the 3 Crowns. Perfect. Now when I give you the signal, I want both of you to leave immediately by that route and go directly to the police station. Ask for Inspector Slack and tell him that Miss Marple requests his immediate presence at Greenacres estate. Tell him it's a matter of murder and art theft spanning 17 years. Tom's weathered face creased with concern. "And what will you be doing while we're fetching the authorities?" Miss Marple smiled with a sort of gentle confidence that had always unnerved those who underestimated the steel beneath her ladylike exterior. "I'll be having a conversation with these gentlemen about justice, redemption, and the price of keeping secrets that should have been revealed long ago." The knocking had stopped, replaced by the sound of voices conferring in urgent whispers. Miss Marple recognised the change in tone that indicated the speakers were moving from polite request to more direct action. Time was running short. Answer the door now, Tom, and remember whatever happens in the next few minutes, Timothy's story will finally be told. Tom Fletcher straightened his shoulders with the dignity of a man who had spent his life in service to others and had never forgotten the difference between right and wrong. He walked to the door and opened it with the sort of calm courtesy that had made him a valued employee for 3 decades. "Gentlemen," he said simply, "I believe you wanted to speak with me." The two men entered with the sort of careful observation that marked them as professionals, their eyes taking in every detail of the cottage's interior while maintaining expressions of polite interest. The taller of the two, a man whose expensive overcoat couldn't quite disguise the predatory quality of his movements, stepped forward with a smile that never reached his eyes. "Mr. Fletcher, how good of you to see us. My name is Pemberton, and this is my associate, Mr. Graves. We represent certain parties who have a legitimate interest in recovering items that were placed in your care many years ago." Miss Marple remained in her chair by the fireplace, the portfolio resting innocuously in her lap, as she observed the proceedings with the sort of mild interest that elderly ladies were expected to show in matters that didn't directly concern them. Tom gestured toward the chairs that Mrs. Fletcher had hastily vacated before retreating toward the kitchen. "Please sit down. Though I should mention that we have a guest this morning. Miss Marple from the village. Perhaps you've heard of her?" Both men turned their attention to her for the first time, and Miss Marple saw the quick assessment that marked them as individuals who left nothing to chance. She smiled pleasantly and inclined her head in the sort of gentle acknowledgement that suggested a harmless old woman pleased to meet new acquaintances. "How do you do?" she said in the sort of voice that would have been perfectly appropriate for a church social or garden party. "Such a lovely morning for visiting, isn't it?" Pemberton's smile became slightly more strained as he realised that their business would have to be conducted in front of a witness, but he was clearly a man accustomed to adapting his methods to changing circumstances. "Indeed, Miss Marple, though I'm afraid our business with Mr. Fletcher is rather confidential in nature." "Oh, don't mind me," she replied with the sort of cheerful obliviousness that had served her well in previous investigations. "I was just having a cup of tea and chatting about old times. Please, carry on with whatever brought you here." Graves, who had remained silent during the introductions, moved closer to Tom with the sort of calculated intimidation that suggested he was the practical member of their partnership. "Mr. Fletcher, We know that Timothy Ashworth left certain documents in your care before his disappearance in 1918. Documents that describe the location of items that legally belong to our clients." Tom's expression remained steady, though Miss Marple could see the tension in his shoulders. And who might these clients be? "The legitimate heirs to the Ashworth estate," Pemberton replied smoothly. "Distant relatives who have recently come forward with proper legal documentation establishing their right to recover family property." "It was a clever lie," Miss Marple admitted privately. "The sort of half-truth that might convince someone who didn't understand the full scope of what was really happening." But she had heard enough during her wireless surveillance to know that these men represented no one's interest but their own. "I see," Tom said carefully. "And these legitimate heirs. They sent you to collect Timothy's papers rather than approaching the family solicitors through proper legal channels?" The question hung in the air with the sort of pointed significance that indicated Tom Fletcher was not quite the simple country man his visitors had assumed him to be. Graves took another step forward, his hand moving inside his overcoat in a gesture that suggested patience was no longer their primary strategy. But before he could complete whatever action he had planned, Miss Marple rose from her chair with the sort of sudden decisiveness that caught both men completely off guard. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying an authority that seemed to fill the small room, "I think it's time we dispensed with these elaborate fictions and discussed the real reason for your visit." She held up Timothy's portfolio, noting with satisfaction how both men's attention immediately focused on the leather folder with the sort of hungry intensity that confirmed every one of her suspicions. "You're here for these documents, which contain detailed information about art and artifacts that were stolen during the war years by Timothy Ashworth. Stolen from refugees and displaced persons who trusted him to help them preserve their family treasures." Pemberton's mask of civilized courtesy slipped slightly, revealing something considerably less pleasant beneath. "Miss Marple, I think you may have misunderstood. On the contrary, I understand perfectly. You represent the same criminal organisation that murdered Timothy Ashworth 17 years ago when he tried to return the stolen items to their rightful owners. You've somehow gained access to copies of his original documentation, and you've been using that information to systematically recover the hidden caches. But you needed the original maps and inventories to complete your work." The cottage had grown very quiet, filled with the sort of tension that precedes violence. Graves had produced a revolver from inside his overcoat, though he held it carefully concealed from any view that might come through the windows. "The documents, Miss Marple. Place them on the table and step away." But Miss Marple had not survived 7 decades of life in an often dangerous world by surrendering at the first sign of threats. Instead, she moved closer to the fireplace where the morning's fire still burned brightly in the grate. "I don't think so, Mr. Graves. You see, I've spent considerable time studying these papers, and I've learned some very interesting things about your organisation. Names, addresses, methods of operation, the sort of information that would be quite valuable to the proper authorities." "You're bluffing, am I? Then you won't mind if I mention the name Harold Pembroke of Pembroke & Associates Solicitors, who apparently provided you with copies of the Ashworth family papers in violation of client confidentiality. Or perhaps you'd like to discuss your associates in Liverpool, who specialise in moving stolen artwork through international markets." The colour drained from Pemberton's face as he realised that Miss Marple's knowledge went far beyond anything they had anticipated. But it was Graves who posed the immediate danger, and Miss Marple could see in his expression the calculation of a man who was preparing to use violence to solve what had become an impossible situation. "Uff!" he snarled, raising the revolver. The documents, now, or his words, were cut off by the sound of motor cars approaching at high speed along the lane, followed by the unmistakable tramp of boots and the authoritative voices of men accustomed to taking charge of dangerous situations. Miss Marple smiled with the sort of serene satisfaction that came from seeing careful plans executed to perfection. "I believe that would be Inspector Slack and his colleagues from the county police. Tom and Mrs. Fletcher have had quite enough time to reach the authorities and explain the situation." The cottage door burst open to reveal Inspector Slack himself. flanked by 4 constables and wearing the sort of expression that suggested he was not in a mood to tolerate resistance from anyone. Behind him, Miss Marple could see Tom and Mrs. Fletcher, their faces reflecting the relief of people who had finally been freed from the burden of keeping secrets that had grown too heavy to bear alone. "Nobody move," Slack commanded with the sort of professional authority that brooked no argument. "Hands where I can see them, gentlemen." Graves still held his revolver, but the arrival of armed police had transformed what had seemed like a manageable situation into something that could only end badly for everyone involved. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully placed the weapon on the table and raised his hands. "Inspector," Pemberton began, his voice regaining some of its earlier smoothness, "I believe there's been some sort of misunderstanding. We're here on legitimate legal business. The only business you'll be conducting, Mr. Pemberton, is with the magistrate who'll be setting your bail." Slack gestured to his constables, who moved forward with handcuffs and the sort of professional efficiency that suggested this was not their first encounter with art thieves and murderers. "You're under arrest for conspiracy to commit theft, handling stolen goods, and suspicion of murder in connection with the death of Timothy Ashworth." As the 2 criminals were led away to the waiting police cars, Miss Marple finally allowed herself to relax slightly. The immediate danger had passed, but she knew that the work of justice was only beginning. The recovery of the stolen artwork would require careful coordination with authorities across Europe, and the process of returning items to their rightful owners would take years to complete. But Timothy Ashworth's final wish would finally be honoured, and the families who had lost so much during the war years would at least have the knowledge that their sacrifices had not been forgotten. Inspector Slack approached her with the sort of respectful attention that he reserved for civilians who had proven themselves useful in criminal investigations. "Miss Marple, I understand we have you to thank for unravelling this business." "Not at all, Inspector. The credit belongs to Tom Fletcher, who kept faith with a promise for 17 years, and to Timothy Ashworth, who found the courage to choose justice over safety even when he knew it would cost him his life." She handed him the portfolio, noting how carefully he accepted the documents that represented so much human suffering and loss. "The important thing is that the truth has finally come to light, and that the victims of these crimes will finally receive some measure of justice." Later, as the police cars disappeared down the lane and the cottage returned to something approaching its usual quiet, Miss Marple found herself back in Tom Fletcher's garden, helping him tend to the vegetables that would see him through the coming winter. The work was peaceful and satisfying, a reminder that life continued its gentle rhythms even in the aftermath of dramatic revelations. "Do you think we did the right thing?" Tom asked, as they worked side by side in the autumn sunshine. Breaking that promise after all these years? Miss Marple considered the question with the sort of careful attention it deserved. "I think, Tom, that promises to the dead must sometimes be balanced against obligations to the living. Timothy wanted justice for his victims, and that justice was impossible as long as his story remained hidden." They worked in comfortable silence for several minutes, listening to the distant sound of church bells calling the faithful to evensong, and the gentle murmur of village life continuing its eternal cycle of birth, death, and renewal. As the sun began to set behind the hill where Greenacres waited in its shroud of autumn mist, Miss Marple found herself thinking about the strange ways in which the past and present could become entangled, how secrets buried for decades could suddenly demand resolution in the clear light of justice. The mystery of Greenacres was finally solved, its ghosts laid to rest not through supernatural intervention, but through the more reliable methods of human courage and moral determination. And in the peaceful garden where she now knelt among the late vegetables, Miss Marple felt the sort of deep satisfaction that came from knowing that truth had triumphed over deception, and that the long-delayed demands of justice had finally been satisfied. The village of St. Mary Mead settled into evening around them, its lights beginning to twinkle in cottage windows as darkness approached. But the darkness held no terrors now, for the shadows that had haunted Greenacres for 17 years had finally been brought into the light, and the gentle countryside could return to its accustomed peace. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities for an elderly lady with a talent for observation to apply her skills in the service of truth and justice. But tonight, Miss Marple was content to sit in Tom Fletcher's garden, watching the stars appear one by one in the clear October sky, and reflecting on the strange and wonderful fact that even the most carefully buried secrets had a way of demanding to be told when the time was finally right. And so, we leave Miss Marple in Tom Fletcher's peaceful garden, where the last of the autumn flowers nod gently in the evening breeze, and the mysteries that once haunted the shadows of Greenacres have finally found their rest in the clear light of justice. The old estate stands quiet now on its hill, no longer a keeper of dark secrets, but simply another beautiful piece of the English countryside, waiting perhaps for new stories to unfold in the turning of the seasons. Sometimes the most profound mysteries are solved not through dramatic confrontation, but through the patient accumulation of small truths, the courage to speak when silence has grown too heavy to bear, and the understanding that justice delayed is not always justice denied. Timothy Ashworth's story reminds us that redemption is possible even in the darkest circumstances, and that the choices we make in our final moments can echo through the decades, waiting for the right person to hear their quiet call for truth. The village of St. Mary Mead sleeps peacefully tonight, its residents safe in the knowledge that their community's capacity for wisdom and compassion has once again proven stronger than the forces that would exploit human suffering for profit. And in cottages throughout the village, the gentle sounds of settling timber and ticking clocks weave together the lullaby of a place where ordinary people continue to choose courage over comfort, truth over convenience, and justice over the easier path of looking away. As the church bells chime the hour across the darkening countryside, carrying their bronze voices over fields where sheep graze contentedly and streams run clear beneath ancient bridges, we're reminded that the best stories are those that end not with spectacular revelation, but with the quiet restoration of peace to places and people who have earned their rest through faithfulness to what is right and good. Thank you for walking these moonlit lanes with me tonight, for sharing the gentle mysteries of St. Mary Mead, and for allowing an old village and its secrets to accompany you toward your own peaceful rest. Until we meet again in some other corner of the quiet world, where stories wait to be told and mysteries yearn to be solved, sleep well, dream softly, and remember that justice, like dawn, always finds its way to the darkness, however long the night may seem. The stars are appearing now over Greenacres, the same stars that have watched over this gentle countryside for centuries, witnesses to all the human dramas that play out beneath their ancient light. And in their steady brilliance, we find the comfort of knowing that some things endure beyond the reach of human failings, offering their silent blessing to all who seek truth, choose kindness, and find courage enough to stand for what is right when the world grows dark around them. Sweet dreams, dear listeners. May your rest be as peaceful as Miss Marple's garden, as gentle as the October mist over St. Mary Mead, and as restorative as justice finally served after long patience and quiet hope.